Mr. Ram Vaidyanathan. Ram is a seasoned cybersecurity consultant and evangelist who also heads our marketing team. He has represented our solutions in various events across the globe. If you happen to strike a conversation with him, you will understand that Ram is insanely knowledgeable and yet very, very approachable. He is a very good guide, mentor, and a friend of mine. So please welcome Ram to host the panel. Joining Ram on the panel will be Major General Manish Mehta. He has recently retired voluntarily after a 35-year career in the Corps of Signals, Indian Army. His career profile encapsulates a balanced mix of assignments connected to communications, cybersecurity, training, HR management, and military operations, including a foreign training mission at Headquarters Indian Military Training Team in Bhutan. He was part of the Defense Cyber Agency during its initial establishment and a member of the NSCS and coordinated the drafting committee for the National Cybersecurity Strategy. Thank you for being here today, sir. And we also have with us as a second panelist, Papa Raju Buddhavarapu, a member of Critical Sector Advisory Committee and the Digitization and Cybersecurity member of Data Security Council of India. Member of the Committee of Technical Experts formed for creation of comprehensive reference framework for cybersecurity under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. He is also a member of panel of external auditors in pipelines of Department of OISD for cybersecurity. As our third panelist, we have Dr. Milan Patnaik, CISO and co-founder at Wizhack Technologies, project advisor at IIT Madras, and adjunct faculty at IIT Jodhpur and Rashtriya Raksha University. Dr. Patnaik has been a senior director information security leader in the Government of India with 22 years of experience in security for protecting national assets and carried out commendable security operations in the recovery of illegal arms and ammunition. I'm leaving the three panelists in very good hands, so over to Ram for the panel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, sir. Thank you so much. Check. Hello. Thank you so much for the introduction, Shehnaz. And it is really amazing. Three amazing panelists and truly honored. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules and joining us here today and agreeing to be part of this panel. And, we'd like to hope to have a conversation today. So while I do have some questions prepared, if you feel that there is something that you can contribute to one of the other questions that has been asked of another panelist, please feel free to jump in. And audience, for you people, at the very end, there will be time for Q&A. So if you have anything that you hear and you're curious about, please do have that in your mind. At the end, there should be time for at least two questions from the audience. So my first question is to Dr. Milan Patnaik. So you have led security operations centers. So what do you think are the strategies that enterprises should actually adopt to ensure the availability and performance of their sensitive assets while at the same time minimizing costs?
Yeah, hi. Okay, firstly, I would like to just suggest two things primarily as far as the cybersecurity strategy is concerned. See, the attack surface, we talked about so much that we have a large increased attack landscape which is coming up, and it is versatile, flexible, and lot of products are coming today which are AI driven, as it was discussed in many of the speakers. So it becomes very important for any organization or a CISO to have a proactive mindset, right? I still see many industries spend a lot of time in incident response and disaster recovery. So one thing is very important is that the mindset of the CIOs and CISOs need to change from response to like disaster recovery to more about business continuity. So you have to be more proactive. So things like attack surface management, threat intel, being more proactively knowing, making a risk-aware culture in the organizations should have more importance in an organization rather than, practicing incident response and doing log analysis and so on and so forth. So that's the call of the hour today.
Thank you for that, Dr. Millen. Mr. Paparaju Budavarapu, you've been a leader in securing critical infrastructure in the energy sector. How can organizations ensure that their infrastructure is resilient to cyber threats? And of course, we also have geopolitical tensions. So how do you actually ensure your infrastructure is protected?
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thank you, Managing for having me here. It's a pleasure to see so many people on an evening working day discussing cyber security. Basically, resilience has to be built up. Resilience in sense, and I come from process industry background. My cyber industry is such a thing where there is an Einstein quote saying, the more I know of what I do not know. So as we go in any area, any facet of cyber security industry, everybody I am sure understands more of what he doesn't know, the weakness, the vulnerabilities. So in an infrastructure permission, typically from an OT and IT scenario, nowadays I don't see OT and IT convergence. I don't use the word convergence. I use the word integration. Because we are into a era of where the company management, the boards want data-driven decision making. Everybody wants data on their mobile, on their fingertips, so that decision is faster. As you said, how can we cut cost? One of the areas where cutting cost is quick decision making, not to delay decisions. When you want to make decisions, you have to see the data. Data has to be at fingertips. So sensors are in the OT area. Decision making is at corporate level or at a central level, office level. So how do you make the data flow? So what are the vulnerabilities? How is the architecture? How good you are doing the review? And do you know the vulnerabilities? Like yesterday, there were two major, like Palo Alto released a patch for its web interface for the VPN. Fortinet released a patch for VPN and Palo Alto for its firewall. Very critical patches, immediate, the request was immediate. Now in India also there were, as per the map, 1771 servers which had the weakness of Palo Alto. So how fast are you patching up? How agile are you? Agility depends on drills. One is knowing the weakness, knowing the vulnerabilities. That means you want to have the asset database, not only of hardware, but also software. Which is the software which is getting affected? Then, suppose somebody deals a patch, how quick are you to respond to patch update? And what are the implications? Because it's not always possible to do patch update. Do you have a standby mechanism? How critical is the system? Because patch update may affect the system, and whenever you do a patch update, are you doing a vulnerability assessment? Because patch update, as we all know, recent case, it brings its own problems. Depends on how good the patch is. So, and resilience in sense is, if there is a blackout, we all understand ID integration, ID management is very critical, and we earlier had discussions on that. Phishing is the most targeted. Suppose somebody has an admin access, you are got phished. Okay, fine. One of the admin access is known to the hacker. He is into the system. Then what are you going to do? Typically in Ukraine 2017 Maersk attack, there was a corollary effect of the cyber attack. Maersk lost his AD data, Active Directory, entire data was gone. So you may have 2,500, 10,000 computers with your hand, all are powered up, you can't log in. If I am a hacker, I take access of an admin and I enter into your Active Directory, nobody else can enter. If your Active Directory is blocked, none of you can log in. So under that scenario, what is the resilient mechanism you have? So how good are you in taking the drills, forecasting different simulation scenarios and meeting them, training the people? Because in any crisis, 80% of the person, because I come from an operational background where we fight firefighting and as a very common, we get drilled in it. The statistic, 80% of the people get frozen. They don't take decision. If there is a cyber attack, People will not be even able to take a decision whether to remove the internet or connect it to internet. Take that decision, it will take at least 2-3 hours of heated discussions. One team will say remove the internet, one team will say connect the internet. So what is the SOP? How are you going to drill? How agile you are? How fast you react to the situation? Because the first 10 minutes will decide the effect of the attack.
Right.
So agility and resilience need to be developed. And drill down, practice.
So you just brought up the Maersk attack as an example, to the point that you are making. I have a question to Major General Manish Mehta. Any particular cyber attack that you have come across that we can all learn from? How did it take place? What were the vulnerabilities that were exploited? Could you shed some light?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And thank you to Zoho and the ACI. Right, so we've heard the two panelists, and as rightly brought out, resilience, since this panel is about resilience, while it is about defense, it is much more than defense. Since I'm from the Indian Army, a defender, the acme of a good defender is in what he does after he has been attacked. How does he launch a counter-attack? There can be 100 contingencies. And without a rehearsal of each of these contingencies, you can't be resilient. So since Ram has mentioned, we did have pointers for this discussion. Now, I'm sure a lot of you would have heard about, since ransomware is the flavor of the season, the British Library attack, which happened sometime in 2023. It was a very peculiar attack. And why I've chosen to speak about it in the next about 4 or 5 minutes is because it brings out certain lessons. Very uniquely, the British Library themselves published this report within about 3 to 4 months of the attack. Now, it was the Reseda ransomware gang which launched this attack sometime in October. 3 days before the attack, they carried out a reconnaissance intrusion. Red flags were raised. There was some in-house investigation carried out, but then beyond that, nothing happened. And when this attack happened, they ended up virtually encrypting their entire server estate, disrupting server estate. So a lot of forensic data was gone, which could have been used later. Most of the users were locked out. They did not pay a ransom because as per the UK's policy, you're not supposed to pay a ransom. Now, how did it happen? It is still going on. And let me say that for the first 2 months after the attack, the library functioned in a restrictive mode. So please imagine if this was an attack on a critical infrastructure. And as I speak today, when I Googled it, I don't think there is a report by a statutory cyber authority there. They're still struggling to find out what exactly happened. But as per the British Library, they had one server, a terminal server, on which they had their important users, external users, as well as their IT admin. There was no MFA on this server. And this had been flagged in their internal audits, but because this organization was actually upscaling its infrastructure as well as audit compliance. Now see, the gang possibly knew this. They chose this moment when this organization was disbalanced. It had old legacy network topology as well as applications. Now possibly they got privileged credentials on the server, either through phishing or spear phishing. It's not known. And they entered the environment. Fortunately, their finance, HR, payroll was on a cloud-based system. That did not get affected. Their digital bond data, digitized data, they had backup copies outside the perimeter. So they can get it back, though with integrity checks because they're not sure. So a large number of lessons which emerged BCP and their reaction, their crisis management plans kicked off within 1.5 to 2 hours. They also had a gold crisis management plan, which kicked off within maybe 4 hours. They had the National Cybersecurity Center assisting them within another hour. So that way, they had extremely good reactions. Now, there are 15, 16 very good lessons. You can read the report, but let me just focus on 2, 3 strands of these lessons. The first strand is that you have to rehearse your resilience plans. BCP has to be part of your culture. These rehearsals can be extremely boring. They can be taken as intrusive by people who are working there, but they have to be gone through. And your investment in defense, or rather recovery, if not more than defense, has to be equal to defense. Because resilience is a lot about what happens to you after you're hit. And what tools do you need? What kind of people do you need? Now, coming to people, they very strongly recommend, they had an external cybersecurity specialist, they had a retainer. Maybe it was a small team, which helped them extensively during the first 2 or 3 days. And they also felt they didn't have a cyber advisor on their board, which they felt was a huge void. They also ensured that all data, personal data which was leaked, present employees, past employees, they informed them, and they also looked at certain products given to them for protecting their financial data. Risk assessment, one of the major lessons is that while high-level risks are mitigated, generally people or boards or teams tend to ignore low-level risks. But a large aggregate of low-level risks can be extremely costly. And I think they chose to neglect MFA, and that proved very costly. 2 things unique. One, I said they published the report. They allowed the entire sector, their sector and cross-sector information sharing to happen. I think it's a report worth reading. And secondly, please imagine the outage time. Though the library was functioning on manual processes, they were out in a restrictive manner for 2 months, and I'm not sure, that was sometime in March 2024. Their outages could have been much, much larger. And that is the cost they had to pay for whatever voids they had in their infrastructure, in their network topology, in their network monitoring, and in their estate. Thank you.
I think one great point that you made, sir, was about multi-factor authentication, how it seems to be one of the simplest things to do and yet so complicated. Everybody talks about it and yet that gets missed even in 2024. Right. So you also brought up cyber risk management, and I would like to bring in Dr. Milan here. You've done a lot of work within that sphere, within cyber risk management. What do you think we should be doing as security leaders so that cyber risk management is well integrated into the organization's overall IT security? And what role can a CISO play here?
Okay, firstly, the terminology risk management used to be quite, academic. If you see a couple of years back, and many, as a CISO, they used to carry out, this as a process in the organization. Let's try to do some risk analysis and find out which are the assets which are more vulnerable and so on and so forth. So that's the traditional way where we have learned, right, risk management through the proper cycle as it goes through. Of course, that is important, and that was the day when, attacks, proliferation of attacks used to take minutes. Okay, today, when you see networks and the attacks, if you read about, recent attacks, they have gone down to less than seconds. Okay, when you have to pivot. So, if I get onto a machine, if I have to pivot to, let's say, the whole network, I should be able to do it within 3 seconds, because otherwise, I know that Sentinel-1 will catch me. That's a personal experience which I want to share. So if this is the speed in which you have to act, then there has to be a little bit of, thought process beyond the traditional way of risk management as we see. It has to be a risk-aware culture. When you say risk-aware culture means every process which is defined, whether it is in the IT or IT security, whether it's a product development or even some of the administrative tasks, they all have to follow a risk-aware culture. And this can only happen, you cannot do it as a CISO, right? I mean, a CISO cannot barge into other verticals of the organization and try to teach them or tell them that you do this. Of course, there are some policies which you can lay down, but then this brings us to the point that today's risk management is, cross-functional, right? So, everybody has to come up and stand up together as an organization and look at risk management. So primarily it is not that, we have to get risk management to IT governance. Okay, so it's not a governance function anymore. It has gone beyond that. So when you say it has gone beyond that, it's an organizational function today. It's like issuing identity card in an organization. When you join a company, you are issuing an identity card. So there has to be, some some processes that any employee has to follow to be part of this whole ecosystem. Now this cannot happen, physically, right? You cannot do such kind of activities physically. So large scale automation has to be brought into, the organization. Not only in the ERP systems, but also into the, cyber security processes. Today we look, cyber security automation is automating the, product. But what about the processes? So large scale automation of the processes, I want to give one example. For example, nowadays we know as a CISO I have to do, let's say, phishing simulation, right? That's like one process which we need to automate. Similarly, you look at ransomware simulation, APTs, attack surface simulation, violation. So these all are going to help to convert the traditional risk management into, from the governance to the organizational role. That is the first point which I want to say. So as a CISO, of course, you are the leadership. Now, a CISO, I would say, that is not, responsible just for defining cybersecurity products and defining a cybersecurity architecture in the organization. You need to, go beyond that, do some due diligence, and at the leadership level, you are the one who has to define that, okay, we don't need a EDR at all in my organization. It's not that if my co-organization is using a EDR, I need to do it. So that is the responsibility of the CISOs today, right? To define at the leadership level that what is the risk of your organization. And based on that, you define the architecture. And not follow a traditional architecture that you need to have a perimeter, you need to have a network security, you need to have endpoint security, and so on and so forth. Those days are gone. Today, I can only share with my experience that even if you have all these 4 layers of security, it will take only 10 to 12 minutes for somebody to reach from the perimeter to your endpoint if he really wants to do, if you are really targeted. So then, is it worth spending so much of money on, security solutions which are still inside your network, sitting and giving reactive solution? No, maybe not. Maybe you need something beyond your network. Maybe you need, deception. Maybe you need breach attack simulation. So risk management itself is not a mundane task which I wanted to tell you. It has to go beyond an organizational role in defining, the complete cybersecurity process in the organization. So that's my advice.
Thanks. So you spoke about risk management and how before the fact, before a threat actually manifests itself on an organization, how do you actually, have the safeguards in place? But breaches do happen. So let's say that a breach does happen. This is where incident response planning comes to the fore. So to Mr. Paparaju, I would like to ask, how do you handle a major breach or an attack? And what are the best practices that we can, as organizations, adopt to contain and mitigate an attack?
I think the first point would be analysis is, can the user contain the breach? Does he know the dimension of the breach? Because as we said, if it's a phishing attack, it's very difficult. And in a ransomware typical attack, as per the studies available of IBM Pokemon study, The threat vector is inside the network for more than 200 days, studying the backup network systems and identification, trying to encrypt them. So the most difficult thing is how will you breach be identified and what is the content and the extent of the breach. Zero trust, as the earlier presentation also, zero trust enables you cut off the, isolate the network very fast. If user has zero trust enabled, that will give him to agility to isolate the networks, especially if he defines something as critical networks. Let's say what are the critical systems in the organization? Does they have a different user authentication control? Does it have a layer? Like 10 years back, there was something called Jericho Foundation. Earlier, cybersecurity was the onion layer, defense layer approach, castle and moat approach. Initially, the perimeter defense was there. But the Jericho Foundation gave a report that the perimeter defense would not be effective. Every layer would be considered as a separate defensive layer. Every layer should have its own defenses, making it like we had the small stories in Chandamama in your childhood. I don't know how many of you read Chandamama in your childhood. There is a tantric who keeps his life in a parrot, and the parrot is inside 7 boxes, something of that sort. So every layer has a lock. Every perimeter has a lock. So how does you value your systems? Like if it is SAP is there, SAP is the typical system where test, develop module, role based access is there. If somebody fits in a role, only he has a specific role. But not all software follow that model. Everywhere, most of us are IT guys, I think on an average everybody has at least 50 defined roles. Each wears a different hat. On one is admin, on one is user, on another is something else. In spite of PIM and PAM, every user, and how are we identifying the user defined roles? Who is auditing them? So these are all practical issues, but identifying a breach is very, very difficult. That's where resilience comes in. See, in a hack attack, basically, in a first incident response, how will you come out from a blackout situation? Suppose some breach is there, you can't do anything, data has gone out. If you are not able to detect entry into the systems, then you can't. Are you monitoring your SIM for any data outflow to unauthorized sources above a particular limit? Is this the data continuous? Like Nmap logs can be done, where you can monitor, you can correlate the log output of data from the system. SIM can give you that output. How many of us liking it? So it cannot happen in one day. It has to be systemized. Over a period of time, you have the data, then you know, identify the vectors that breach can happen. Because breach announcement comes all of a sudden. But breach has happened a long time back. So containing and identification of breach, mostly the hacker himself tells, I have breached this. The user doesn't know it. His data has been breached. So it's a difficult scenario. So containing resilience is where comes in picture. How will you contain, how do you protect databases? Now in light of DPDP Act, we all understand data classification. Everybody has classified into their own business objectives. But how many organizations have classified databases as a personal database classification? Because DPDP says if your organization has not taken proper precautions in protecting the database, the penalty is 250 crore up to for each case. So if there are 10 cases, 2,500 crore, the business is gone. And recently there was a cybersecurity symposium of Supreme Court advocates, Dr. Pawan Duggal was leading it. He said that all CISOs should take a private personal insurance for ransomware because corporate insurance will not be sufficient. As per him, the Supreme Court can seize your assets, your house and all, you cannot sell it if there is a breach. Now, the fundamental flaw is CISO implementer? Mostly CISO is a policy maker. Now, suddenly can you become a DPDP expert? But at least to start, I would say, a CISO should be able to classify his data into what is a personal database and see what is the protection mechanisms is there. So how the classification of data is done. NISPG of MHA has done a lot of good work on classification data, but it's very rigid. Business objectives may differ, but security is inversely proportional to convenience. Higher the security, lower the convenience. You want convenience, you want the risk. As I said, risk management comes into picture. What is the acceptable risk? Now in risk management, suppose there is a system, somebody says, okay, I accept the risk, is he signing the dot? Is he competent to accept that risk? Who accepts the residual risk? If he is a dumb guy, somewhere, some junior level person, so blame ke liye khada kiya, putla. The top management, is he taking, I am responsible for accepting the risk, then the systems are going to improve.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to take a more macro approach right now, and hence I would like to direct this question to Major General Manish. What is the evolving role of cyber warfare in modern conflict, and how is India placed as a nation when it comes to this? And conversely, is there a role that countries can also come together and cooperate in a much, much better way to keep themselves secure?
Before I start, I think he scared the entire audience, all the CISOs here. I'm sure the cyber insurance industry will have a ball saying that your assets will be frozen. Coming to the question, cyber conflict theorists over a period of past 25, 30 years have theorized on various scenarios. Some have said that cyber domain by itself, I'm sure we all know cyber space is the fifth domain of warfare after air, land, space and sea. And it's a very unique domain. It's a global common, it's the only man-made global common, and it is expanding and it is evolving technologically also. So it's a huge challenge, and it holds all these other four domains like a tissue. It's omnipresent across these other four domains. So there were theories that if you have great potent cyber capability, you can actually have cyber deterrence, but that doesn't seem to be happening. You can see what the Chinese are doing to the United States or what the Russians are doing to UK. Cyber deterrence as a concept appears to have failed, so has cyber compellence. But then there was always this cyber Pearl Harbor, or, you don't need to fight, the Chinese thing of winning without fighting. You can actually do something before a war, cripple the entire critical infrastructure of a particular nation state, and they will come down to their knees. But that again has not happened. And we have two sort of wars going on. One is totally asymmetrical, the Israel-Gaza war. But if you look at what is happening in the Russia-Ukraine war, Russia is a fairly predominant cyber power in the world. But there hasn't too much that has happened, except there was one marquee attack just before the Russians launched in February 22, the Viasat attack. Beyond that, there has been cyber activity by the Russians above the peacetime baseline. But there is nothing to suggest that their daily or weekly offensive launches into Ukraine are accompanied by a cyber attack. That has not happened. And why has that not happened? Now, there are various theories. Some say it is because the Ukrainians were well prepared this time. After Crimea, you had the US Cybercom sitting there as part of their hunt forward operations. Even EU and NATO also got involved to the charge in of the Russians. They had huge private sector support. Somebody spoke about private-public. Now you had Microsoft giving them support, Google giving them shields of support. Their entire government cloud was transported out of the country, uploaded out of the country. So by the time the Russians came into their cyberspace, they were very strong. So that was one reason probably the Russians have not succeeded. The second is possibly the Russians, we all know that, producing exploits consistently, it is one thing to do it in peacetime, non-war period, an odd attack here and there. We know what goes into an attack. There is a lot of reconnaissance, like he was mentioning, and Milan was also mentioning. You may have a dwell time of over a year sitting inside a infrastructure, and you can lose it in a second. Now, obviously, no country can have this entire hoard or ammunition of exploits, which it can keep utilizing over an extended period. Thirdly, Russia possibly got more into information operations. It started getting after those countries which were supporting Ukraine on the social media, cyber-enabled influence operations. So what has really emerged is that in long conflicts, cyber domain would have a major role in the defensive sort of context. Offensive operations they may be operations which can look at espionage, deception, some shaping of the battlefield. But they cannot win you wars. They can't give any substantial outcome. And that is somehow proven, unless something changes. I mean, AI lets you have scale and speed of discovering vulnerabilities and creating exploits on the go. Maybe then it will change, but that is not so. So I think the second part of the question was, what do we need to learn? I think the most important thing that we need to learn is that as a country, we need to have more capacities. And capacities in the cyber domain is people and tools. I think the Russians also lack capacity. Secondly, I think we need to get our strategy out at the earliest. It's a cybersecurity strategy which gives out your intent. It tells the world that this is what you can do. And possibly, what the Chinese have done, and their attacks are so famous, maybe do something like that and let it be known that India is a formidable power. But most importantly, I think two things we need to do. We don't really have structures today for cyber-enabled influence operations, defensive as well as offensive. We need organizations from them at the national level, at every level. I'm talking about disinformation and misinformation. And this war is a wonderful opportunity for us to extrapolate the strengths from the Russian model to what the Chinese or the Pakistanis can do with this. And let's not overestimate them, as also let's not underestimate. I think if we carry these lessons from what is happening today, if I can sum it up in one line, today in cyber conflicts or cyber operations supporting conflicts, defense appears to heavily outweigh cyber offense, unless something changes technologically. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my final question now to Dr. Milan, and this question is actually going to be the same for all three. According to you, what is the number one priority for cybersecurity today? And you can answer this very, very shortly.
Yeah, very shortly is actually maybe two words, okay? So I would say that the priority is proactive, the priority is practice. So you need to be doing everything which proactively detects the attack, as simple as that. So as to say, don't depend on the SIEM to give you alert. You should have some mechanism where you should get increased versions of alerts coming in. So that's proactiveness when I'm talking about the paradigm of proactiveness. And practice is simulations. You have to do continuous simulations on the go, and these can only happen if it happens all across the organizations.
And so for you?
I would say we should look at secure by design conceptually from the system that, like we said, that cyber security should be a thought process. It's a cultural process. Typically from Indian context, I find it like on one hand we say we are in a mostly dual speak or hypocritical speak. On one hand we say data is very critical and all. On the other hand, all the businesses run on WhatsApp. The DPR goes to the management on WhatsApp, where we willingly give our data to them. So I find it a dichotomy. Another thing I find it very interesting is typically in Indian psychology, If we do a train journey, about 24 hours together, we trust our partners so much, whom we don't even know. We end up sharing our family life, how many brothers, sisters, married, kids, what they are doing, along with the addresses, and we always say, okay, we'll meet it next time. We very joyously, so we place our trust very easily. So these are two psychological challenges in this. In this secure design, I would say very important, because I would take an example of a CCTV project. Most of us must have implemented CCTV implementation. How do we define the project deliverables? The project deliverables are basically good image, good content, good lighting. That's it. How many ports are open? How the user access is there? We don't even test it. How do you patch CCTV? How many organizations have a dynamic process of patching CCTV? Very few. Most of the CCTVs have common username and password, because it is difficult to have independent password. And CCTVs are inside the network. So when I say secure by design, we should conceptually improve the security of the process, thought process and all. Now CISA has done a very wonderful work. It has asked for about 7 months back, it has made a voluntary pledge. It has defined 7 goals. Each company, software companies, need to define 7 goals. Basically, it's a voluntary pledge. And on each goal, like multi-factor authentication is one of the goals. Vulnerabilities fixing is one of the goals. The company needs to give a pledge saying that it will take within 1 year, it will address these 7 parameters. Unfortunately, only 248 companies so far, till date, are signatory to that pledge. Leading companies are there. But my question to the audience would be, if you are buying a software, would you be willing to put a bid evaluation criteria, rejection criteria, saying that if you don't sign that pledge, I will reject you? Now, I am not sure whether ManageEngine has signed it or not, so you need to check up. If you want to do business in US, you need to sign that pledge. And can India do a voluntary pledge? Can, as a company, you say, ask the companies, these companies should, because 90% of the time is running around software weaknesses. Every day, every time you have a plethora of equipment, some weaknesses keeps on coming. Patching is a big issue in industries, specifically in OT, because OT patching needs process shutdown, needs business loss. It leads into loss of revenue. People don't get permissions to do patching, live patching in OT systems. So it's a very, very big challenge. And so why can't we have a software secure by design and take a voluntary pledge? Why can't software companies take a voluntary pledge? We speak so much of AI using in software. Why can't you make it secure? If AI is so strong, LLMs are so strong, why can't you make the software secure? Why can't you plug the vulnerabilities on GitHub? Because software programming is nowadays, you take from the libraries, plug in and take and collect the libraries and build the libraries. If the weakness is there in the library, it is there. Even GitHub got hacked. So how safe is the software? So my focus would be like secure by design, culturally, conceptually, operationally, should be practiced.
And sir?
I think previous speakers on the podium did allude to this fact. So we know what is happening in the AI domain has exploded after November 22 with LLMs. And most of us who follow it on X, I think you have a different kind of scaling model, you have a different kind of model, you have different kind of single agent or multi-agent innovations coming up on virtually a daily basis now, at least for the past 15 days. And I was listening to Satya Nadella speak in that my Ignite address about 1 hour. Just imagine what is possible. So, an AGI, as per all the experts, whether it is Ray Kurzweil or Sam Altman or Hassabis or Suleiman Mustafa, I think the most conservative timeline is 2029. I think the cybersecurity fraternity needs to start looking at both the security of these systems and what AI can do to cybersecurity. And I think we have to start doing it now, because 2 or 3 years down the line it might just be too late.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We can take one audience question, possible. So if there is a question from the audience, if there is a show of hand, we can take one question probably. It's almost done. So, okay, I think we are out of time for that. Maybe we can catch it. Thank you so much, and thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ram, and thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your experiences and for this invaluable panel discussion. Now let me call upon our core leadership team members, Mr. Umar Rajesh, Mr. Ranjit, and Mr. Vijay Srivel. They will now be felicitating our panelists. Our panelists, Mr. Major General Manish Mehta will be first felicitated. Thank you, sir. Our leadership staff will now felicitate Mr. Papa Raju Budavarapu. Next, we'll be felicitating Dr. Milan Patnaik. Thank you so much, all of you. Our event partners, CXO CY Ways, held a conference last month in Bangalore, honoring all the CIOs and CISOs for contributing exceptionally in the cybersecurity space. Unfortunately, one of the dignitaries couldn't make it to that event, but they are here with us today. So let me request the chairman of CXO CY Ways, Mr. Navneethan, to honor Baidyanath Kumar, CISO and Data Protection Officer, JK Cement. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Baidyanath Kumar? Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'm going to introduce to you Mr. Sujit Emmanuel Pelican. Sujit is our head of security consulting for our IAM and SIM solutions. He is also one of the leading technical evangelists who represent Managed Engine in stages across the globe. And Sujit wanted me to mention this in his bio. He's actually very funny and he's also a guitarist. So let's have Sujit on stage. You're welcome, Sujit. Joining Sujit on the panel would be Mr. Gautaman Jodhilingam. He brings over 22 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity. He has implemented key cybersecurity solutions like SIM, EDR, and data leak prevention, and managed compliance programs such as ISO 27001 and PCI DSS. Second on the panel will be Mr. Navneethan, Senior Vice President and Chief Information Security Officer and Head of IT, mentor, board member, and advisor. He has headed various challenging projects ensuring cybersecurity, business continuity, data privacy, cloud security, risk management, and SOC. Thirdly on the panel would be Mr. Mohit Saxena. He's a seasoned technology leader, researcher, entrepreneur, and innovator with over 2 decades of experience in networking, cybersecurity, and AI. He is the co-founder and CTO of Infinity Labs Limited, driving cutting-edge indigenous solutions. So over to Sujit for the panel.
Thank you, Shahnaz, for that intro. Okay, most of it, yes, I'm a guitarist. All right, thank you all for coming for this event. And the good news is, this is the last session before we all break for dinner. And see, we people are from Chennai, me, Gautam are all from Chennai. In Chennai, all 365 days it's summer, okay? When we came to Delhi, it welcomed us with 16 degrees, it was a bliss. Okay, I'm not going to speak about air quality. All right, so it's so good to have you, so good to see you all in person. I always feel nothing beats seeing you all in flesh and blood. Thank you for coming here. So the dinner is just 20 minutes, 30 minutes away from the panel discussion that we're going to have. So I believe the topic is up on the screen. Okay, no? So we're going to speak about on the Zero Trust platform. And now I'm going to shoot one dumb question to all of you. How many of you know Zero Trust? Okay, how many of you know Zero Trust? Okay, now the second question. Who is the founder of Zero Trust? Everybody knows Zero Trust. Okay, who's the founder of Zero Trust? Any idea? I'm not going to ask the panelists. I know these guys know the answer. Lovely, lovely to see. Okay. Yes, John Kinderberg. Okay, so his core principle was never trust, always verify. That was the core principle he lived with, and he's asking us to live with too. But the point that I want to dive in, before I dive in here, I remember I hosted a panel, I moderated a panel in Australia, and I asked one gentleman who is part of a bank, he is a CTO for that particular bank, and I asked him, so what was one of the major attacks that you faced in your organization? And he was so open enough to tell that, Sujit, when after pandemic, after digitalization picked up, when we started to see people, so we were also eager to see things, and there was one man who came in an Audi S5. Any Audi fans in the home? He came in an S5 and said that he wanted to meet the CEO. He came with a huge bouquet, and the people started to make all the arrangements for the CEO meeting. Things started prepped up, and suddenly the man vanished. Okay? Things got back to normal. People started working. 3 weeks down the line, data started exfiltrating out from the organization. Okay? So now, after long research, jarring down the problem, and they figured out there was one device that was plugged into their network which was doing the exfiltration job. So, the crux here, never trust someone who comes with a bouquet to your office. Okay? So that's the core idea here. Never trust, always verify. And maybe if I would shoot this question, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to keep these questions now boiling down to the panelists here. So I have some great people out here on the stage from different platforms. I have Gautam, I have Navneethan, I have Saxena sir here from different industries. So I wanted to understand what kind of an IAM approach they boiled down in their organization, something that they faced. Because when we speak Zero Trust, few things that we believe on, Gartner and Forrester. For some of us, they are like the Bible, right? But the crux here after like Zero Trust is not a technology. Zero Trust is all about a framework that you have to incorporate in your organization. If I ask you this question, how many of you have enabled Zero Trust in your organization? I know few hands would go up. But if I would ask you, how many of you have IAM in your organization? I believe most of you will raise your hands, right? So now, the boiling question here, maybe the first question that I have for Gautam here is something that I'm prepped for you. I don't want to forget. That's why I'm just going to read this question to you, Gautam sir. The first question that I have for you is, in an organization, you being a CISO, what are the various approach for implementing Zero Trust security framework?
Great question. Hi everyone, good evening. Great to see you all here. Fantastic question, but I am a fan of John Kinderberg. I like to start with this quote, never trust, always verify. The hallmark of Zero Trust is simplicity. That's what he is trying to mean. Meaning, technology can keep changing. The attack surface can keep changing. How are we going to protect it, right? That's the funda, right? For that, he says, you should not be trusting anything, just verify. Any context, anything, just verify it. Going by the basics and fundamental, the previous, I'm not sure about the leader, Ravin was explaining about the core concepts of zero trust. Okay, I would like to answer this question in a very different way. He was explaining about the base funda of identity, device, network, and then about application and data, right? And then continuous monitoring, and then giving the feedback to the framework. That's what the total about zero trust. But then I would like to relate this to an incident, real-time incident, okay? What it has happened to us. Take an example, SolarWinds. How many of you are aware about SolarWinds incident? Right? So someone has planted a backdoor in the Orion platform, which is mainly pushing updates to everyone, right? 18,000 organizations have been affected, including FBI, right? And various other government organizations as well. So, relate to this. From an identity perspective, if they have got MFA in first place, they could have reduced it, right? Moving on to the device. The Orion platform was trying to connect the network. If they could have identified in that level, it would have, again, they could have at least minimized the attack level. The exposure at least would have been done. Coming back to the network, micro-segmentation was not even there. Like as he said, once after you log in to that with the acquired access, you have free flow, you can go east-west directions, lateral movement, everything was there in place. Least privilege was not even there. They were able to gain access, they escalated the privilege access, they got a complete control of it, everything got in task. Right? With respect to Yuba, right? At least they could have got a pattern behavior analysis, they could have stopped it. Very simple. If you've got these things in place, along with zero trust as an approach, by doing all those 5 parameters and control in place, I think that would be the best approach. Because see, Verizon DBR says 91% of breach attacks starts only with identity breach, identity, and then compromised credentials. That's what it is. So you have to be more focused on this, and if you have this approach, I think it would be better to start. Anyways, not going by the IT story, this is not IT story. Check with the business-led strategy, right? What is important for your business? Start small and identify which is a critical component, apply zero trust towards that, then you will see a lot more success in that.
Thank you for that. Something that I want to pick from what Gautam has said, I was speaking with Mohit during the coffee break when we were speaking about zero trust, never trust, always verify. But Mohit said, let's take a different approach to it. Maybe organization, take a SWIFT, like trust but verify. Here, do not trust and verify. What is your take? Because when we say do not trust and verify, the pivotal here is IAM. So what is IAM pivotal? I want to shoot this question to you. When you say you have to trust and verify, what would be IAM's pivotal role here?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much, ManageEngine, to get me here in this gathering of such learned people. And coming back to the question, so yes, I'm of the opinion that zero trust doesn't mean that you don't trust anything. It's like you trust, but you verify. There is a shlok in Sanskrit which says, Vishwasa hi moolam bhayanam. So that means that it's only the blind trust which is the root cause of all the dangers. And blind trust is dangerous, however, trust is not dangerous. So what happens is, as in the earlier panel I heard Paparaju sir talking about security and the relation of security with convenience. So security is always inversely proportional to convenience, and that's like security is sometimes painful. And if you do not trust anything, like I would want to give an example of lock and key. So suppose if I have to enter my house and I do not trust any of the locks, so For every key I open a lock, I also have an MFA, I also have a retina scan, I also have a thumbprint scanning. So it might take almost like hours for me to enter my place. So that's like not trusting anything. But in terms of validation in zero trust, what I meant is that we should all apply the principles of identity management, that is to authenticate and understand the first thing, who the person is. Then authorize. So authorization means what kind of access the person would want to have or he is entitled to. And then third is to account. So in terms of accounting and audit trail, there is a very strong principle which says that whatever cannot be audited or whatever cannot be logged should not be done at all. So those are the three principles which stand with AAA, authentication, authorization and accounting, which can implement zero trust in a very efficient manner. Another thing is about predictive and predictive security. So zero trust can also be implemented by using this predictive security concepts of who the person is, where the person wants to access, and of course when the person wants to access data. What is not very important, because what we all know that when a person is trying to access something, he's looking for data. So now where, when and who, these are the three W's which are of utmost importance. Like with these three things, we can also understand the behavior analysis of a person. Suppose there's an office and the office hours are from 8 to 5 and you suddenly see some activity in HR database right at the midnight, then, and that too even when the first W is ticked that the person is legitimate, there is identity is verified, but still the time and the place is not verified. So that means the access to that person should be blocked immediately, and that also includes zero trust. So zero trust is never just in literal meanings. It is more of a strategy and a concept which is in one way will not fit all the organizations. It's not the concept that one size will fit all. The zero trust would be applicable based on situations, based on specific conditions and the organizational policies. Based on that, zero trust can be applied, and it can be very beneficial in terms of securing the digital assets.
Thank you for that. Some key takeaways from the answers, how an IAM being a pivotal role for an organization, because when you have an IAM, only two core concepts, authentication, authorization. But when we speak more than that is where user behavioral analytics, maybe a simple example, if Sujit is a user who logs in at 9 a.m., logs out at 5 p.m. in the evening, and let's say instead of me logging out at 5 p.m., I logged out at 9 p.m., still not an alarming problem in India, we extend our shifts. But let's say Sujit, where he's supposed to have access to one particular server that he always do, but he tries remoting into a different server for which he does not have an access. Now that's an unusual behavior, right? So when you say an IAM solution, don't stop yourself from only with the authentication and the authorization piece, but also allowing how a user behavior analytics can be incorporated into an IAM tool. That was Mohit sir. From that, another point that I could take from you is like you also spoke about the least privilege access management. Not everybody should have all the access being in picture. Maybe I want to shoot that question one more time again to Mohit sir again. So since he said least privilege, so for an IAM infrastructure or for an IAM framework, what is the combination? Like how least privilege and the zero trust framework, how do you see in your organization or for the customers that you attend?
So we are an OEM of SD-WAN and firewalls, where we try to protect digital assets for our customers, and we do exercise this principle of least privileges, and also we are embedding these principles in our software as well. And in the last panel discussion I heard sir telling about why not all the software companies take a pledge to actually imbibe and embed all these principles, some 7 principles. So of course, I can I can use this platform to commit to sir that I will be one of the persons to take this pledge as soon as I get to know the process and procedures. So yeah, coming back to the to this least privilege principle. So what we do is we embed these things like there should not be any access by default available for any user. So the user should be given only access to the resources which are the bare minimum requirement for doing his job. Now, in terms of increasing the privileges, there could be a manual or an automated process, and also some predictive analysis as well, that if the person is continuing to work in a certain way and his role is changed or his role requires more privileges, dynamically his privilege can be gradually increased. So that's the principle of least privileges, where north-south and east-west communications should always be restricted up to a level which is only required for a person to do his job.
Thank you. Gautam sir, do you have any contradictory to what Mohit sir said?
No, not a contradictory one. In our experience, what we have seen is the importance towards the service accounts, right? When you said default accounts, all the other IDs has been audited. We know that there is a user which is there, he's going to do a password reset, or we'll be enforcing it. But then if you get into service accounts, which is used for operating something, that has not been performed at all. Or you can see, if you really go and see what the settings, the password will be not expired at all, right? Or that would be the realistic situation. So those things has to be really looked into it. And then, like Hazi said, policy designing, which is something which is important, right? To start with, first of all, if you want to protect your house, you should be knowing what are the ways that the entry can happen, right? That should be the same case when we're going to protect our organizations as well. All our assets meaning it can be of tab, it can be of anything, it can be voter security, each and everything has to be monitored. It's a long journey, but then we have to be doing it. If we're able to analyze it, understand it, and make it as a policy, that would be the best thing to go forward.
Okay, just to continue with the same, align with the same thing, the next question for Navneet here, because when we speak about least privileges, now least privileges place in multiple places. Because right now we are living in a multi-level ecosystem, okay? A simple onboarding starts from an HCM, goes to your ticketing tool, to your AD or your Entra or your GCP platform, and then most importantly, your workforce applications. Right now, when we speak identity access, more than AD, Entra or GCP, it's more on application access management. I hope that makes sense. But in that contextual, when you, before digitalization picked in, or like after digitalization, the average number of applications that is there in an enterprise level org is 75 and above. Okay? So this is the number that we've got from certain stats here. Now when you have these many applications that is lying down in an organization in certain tier, now how do you bring in this one concept called as verify explicitly to whichever application, like how do you manage those access to all these applications? What is something that you have to bring in when it comes to verify explicitly?
Awesome. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for having me here, and and really impressing with our navigation skill and penetrating and exploitation of content from each leader, right? That's awesome. So coming back to the your questions, the major challenge is what's in the current infrastructures, and then 20 years back what we had it. Of course, we are older, and 20 years before what we had is something different, right? Where we have predefined architecture, predefined in terms of employee, and in terms of the externality, internal, it's not much, right? I can limit it. I can tell you like who other people have access to my architecture. But now this infrastructure has completely changed. If you see this 20 years before and now, we have a complete transformation. So if you take one organization, it has to be run by minimum of 100 plus vendor and 100 plus of SaaS applications. and thousands of API it is coming and going inside and outside. So it's a lot of digitally, virtually connected environment is, it's bounded organizations where we are running. That's what it is, the bigger challenges right now, what we have it when compared to the, the earlier infrastructures. And in terms of those infrastructures, since it's a dynamics, if you see this earlier stage, again, where we are very clear on in terms of what exactly we wanted to get things done, but now it's not that way. I mean, 6 months as a CEO, I may have some strategy, but in terms of based on the business dynamics, absolutely we may change it to something else. So it's not like earlier we cannot ask questions to the CEO, what is your 5-year strategy, 10-year strategy? It's like a maximum 1-year strategy. Because before coming to what are the product and things, so there will be a competitor, they may come with something innovative. So that standpoint, it's a digital transformation as well as the vision and strategies keep changing so dynamically as well as a variant. So that aspects really this zero trust architecture play a very significant role. Because how I'm going to drive this organization, it's very simple, right? As if you take NPCI is integrated with Zogo, right? When I was part of the launching in the Mumbai, and we never thought NPCI is this RBI subsidy, and then they have those architectures. But in terms of the one family, they can share the financial thing to the multiple people. I can delegate my account to my family member, which was achieved by the Zoho environment. So similarly, we are not sure, right, who are all playing to play a very significant role. Now you are part of the ecosystem of the country. So that aspect of, really the ecosystem is so dynamic, it's keep changing. So that aspects really we want to understand, like in terms of the zero trust architecture, it's not only the identity access management, right? I strongly believe if it is zero trust architectures where we need a continuous monitoring of the ecosystems play a very significant role. So as rightly, you had mentioned in terms of the least privileges or in terms of the access control, what we have given, even though we have given, let us take my account got compromised, I may have a higher privileges. There is a chances of exfiltrations. I cannot say that it is a genuine account, so he is transferring the data, so we cannot, we can accept that. No, it's not the way. So really we need, apart from the micro-segmentation architecture, apart from the least privileges, apart from need to know access spaces, apart from the least privileges, really we have to focus on what is the things that's happening in terms of the lateral movement. As well as that should be on the continuous and consistently, it should be ensured that that play very significant role on that. Over to you, Sujit.
Thank you for that. Just to summing up to whatever we spoke, okay, how an IAM is playing a pivotal role. Okay, we started with a UBA has to come into the picture, okay, apart from authentication, authorization. Having a UBA along with least privilege, what Mohit says point, connect them together. Now, with Navneethan saying that, okay, now having these things together, how can you bring a continuous access management? Now, again, just one more point that I want to add here is what Ravindran sir spoke from identity first approach. Because here we are speaking about multiverse or we are speaking multi-level ecosystem. There are only two approaches that we are seeing from organization. One is a static approach, another is a dynamic approach. So I'm not against any IDP out here in the market.